Russians have turned churches into a secular Russian, quote-unquote, ministry of culture. They've also tortured pastors, and the faithful are forced to worship in secret. That's what I heard from religious leaders of Ukraine 2 years ago. In September, I highlighted a report by the Free Russian Foundation titled, quote, "The Russian Orthodox Church and the War," end quote. That report showed how this body supports the invasion of Ukraine through propaganda, rituals for invaders, diplomatic manipulation, and espionage. The Atlantic Council hosted an event about the Free Russia Report, featuring a discussion with Orthodox priests titled, quote, "How the Russian Orthodox Church Supports the Kremlin's War Against Ukraine," end quote. You can view it online. It's no wonder that only between 4 to 8% of the Orthodox Ukrainians still identify with the Moscow Church. The overwhelming majority of Orthodox Ukrainians identify with the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, which is recognized by the Ecumenical Patriarch of Constantinople, the first among equals in the Orthodox tradition. The Ecumenical Patriarch is also head of the largest Orthodox church in the United States, the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America. So we should listen to what he said in response to the Russian Patriarch blessing the war and claiming that Russian soldiers who die invading Ukraine will have their sins washed away. His All Holiness Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew said this, quote, "It is damaging to the prestige of the whole of Orthodoxy because Orthodoxy doesn't support war, violence, terrorism," end quote. Do not believe anyone who claims that the Russian Orthodox Church is somehow a victim of religious persecution in this war in Ukraine that was started when Russia invaded February 22. The Russian Orthodox Church is a leading perpetrator of the persecution of fellow Orthodox believers, as well as Catholics, evangelicals, and others. You can learn about real religious persecution in Russia, in the occupied parts of Ukraine at RussiaTortureChristians.org. And you can watch the documentary, A Faith Under Siege, on YouTube. I yield.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, this week the Senate will be taking up the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026. For the 65th consecutive year, the NDAA is the product of a bipartisan process in both chambers. This bill reflects the input, expertise, and tireless efforts of many of our colleagues. And I'm especially grateful for the work of our colleagues on the Armed Services Committee and for the leadership of Chairman Wicker on this year's bill. Mr. President, this annual defense bill is critical to ensuring the United States military is prepared for any threat that we face, and not just the threats that may come in the next year. It's about putting us on a path that will ensure our military can deter and, if necessary, defeat any threat that may arise in the future. Unfortunately, this long view has not always prevailed, and we continue to see the consequences of underinvestment in our military. In the last few years, we've had repeated reminders that the world remains a dangerous place, that there are evil people in the world bent on aggression, and that there are those who wish America and our allies harm. Sadly, that was clear this weekend. My prayers today are with the families of the 3 Americans, 2 soldiers and an interpreter, who were killed in Syria on Saturday in an apparent ISIS attack. Mr. President, the surest way of securing peace and keeping it is through strength. And it's a long-held tenet of American national security, and it's a view that the American people widely share. Republicans have made it a priority to restore peace through strength, and we know we have no time to waste. And that's why we made a generational investment in our armed forces in the One Big Beautiful Bill this summer. And the NDAA before us this week builds upon that important work. It aims to grow our Navy fleet to deliver more ships capable of deploying American power anywhere in the world and help narrow the gap between China's shipbuilding and our own. It supports the construction of the Golden Dome missile defense system to keep our country safe from missile, drone, or other airborne attacks. It proposes to ramp up munitions production and to ensure that we have sufficient munitions for whatever may come our way, with the added benefit of helping to revitalize the industrial base and support industries in South Dakota and across the country. And then there's our air power. The National Defense Authorization Act supports delivery of next-generation aircraft. That includes the B-21 Raider, the 6th-generation stealth bomber that will soon be making its home at South Dakota's Ellsworth Air Force Base. I'm proud that this bill fully authorizes the B-21 program and procurement of these aircraft, which will be the backbone of our future bomber force, as well as the military construction efforts underway at Ellsworth to support the new mission. Mr. President, investing in weapons and technology is important, but strengthening our military also means supporting the men and women who wear the uniform. And this bill has their back. For one, it authorizes the first increase in active duty end strength in several years. And it will help ensure that we can sustain the record recruitment levels that we've seen this year. It also supports critical investments in service member quality of life. That includes a 3.8% pay raise for our troops. It includes investments in on-base housing, education opportunities, child care, and other support for military members and their families. Mr. President, this bill will help rebuild our military. But what makes this year's National Defense Authorization Act exceptional is not how it rebuilds, but how it reforms. Thanks to Chairman Wicker's leadership, this NDAA will make the most significant reforms to the way the Pentagon does business in a generation. It takes dozens of burdensome rules and laws off the books, streamlines the buying and innovation processes. It ensures more American businesses will be able to contribute to America's arsenal, including small businesses and startups. This bill will harness the full strength of American innovation to get America's men and women in uniform the very best capabilities that our country has to offer. And not just to get it to them, but get it to them faster and at a lower cost to the taxpayer. Mr. President, these reforms will make our military stronger, more agile, and more ready for whatever the mission may be. And that needs to be our mission here, to do whatever it takes to support American soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians. We ask a lot of the brave Americans serving in uniform, and they give a lot. And I'm proud that this year's National Defense Authorization Act will help ensure that they have what they need to keep America safe in a dangerous world. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Mr. President,
Democratic leader.
ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
So, Mr. President, this morning, the American people got more proof that Donald Trump's policies are a disaster for them. This morning's jobs report showed the unemployment rate rose to 4.6% in November. That's the highest level since 2021. The highest level in 4 years under Donald Trump's leadership, or lack thereof, more appropriately. This is what Donald Trump's so-called golden age looks like in all its ugly glory. Higher costs, more tariffs, and the highest unemployment rate since COVID. And make no mistake, this unemployment number didn't just come out of the blue. didn't just come because of external forces. This high, awful unemployment number, the highest since COVID, is a consequence of Donald Trump's failures, his reckless tariff agenda, his draconian cuts to basic services like health care, and his refusal to listen to Americans who are already struggling to pay for what they need. Donald Trump can try and spin these job numbers all he wants. That's his nature. That's what he does. He doesn't care about the truth. He just cares about his own ego. But Americans aren't buying his fantasy. They're fed up with his agenda, and the damage is beginning to set in. Now on Epstein. 27 days ago, every single senator and all but one member of Congress sent Donald Trump a simple message. They said, "Mr. President, release the Epstein files." The American people have waited long enough for the truth about Jeffrey Epstein. Who knew about his crimes? Who stood by and said nothing? The Epstein files may have some very real answers on that. And it's time for the truth to come out. Donald Trump promised to release the files, and to date he's failed to deliver. Well, no more. Congress has spoken, and Donald Trump must comply. Now, I want to be clear that the Epstein files is not a fight between Democrats and Republicans. It's a fight between those who want the truth and those who keep lying to the public, between those who want the truth and those who want to cover it up. And if Donald Trump won't come clean, if he keeps hiding the truth, the American people are going to be asking a very simple question. What the hell is President Trump trying to hide? Why won't he release those files? Now, because of the law the Congress passed just 1 month ago, the Department of Justice has until Friday to release the documents. I'll be blunt. We fully expect that Donald Trump and Pam Bondi will try every trick they can think up to weasel out of fully releasing the Epstein files. After all, we're dealing with Donald Trump here, a notorious liar, someone who tried desperately to make Americans move on from Jeffrey Epstein. Why? Why is Donald Trump so afraid of these files? Well, as they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. Mark my words. If Donald Trump and Pam Bondi try to hide the truth this Friday, the legal and political public backlash will be ferocious. After all, it was the public who demanded these files be released. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, people wanted the truth and continue to demand the truth. If Donald Trump releases just some of the Epstein files while unlawfully trying to hide others, the American people are going to see right through it. They're going to know he's hiding something. Over the past few weeks, I've worked with Senate Democrats to partner with attorneys for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and with outside legal experts to explore every possibility, prepare for every eventuality, and to take every available step to ensure the administration fully complies with the law. If Donald Trump and Pam Bondi unlawfully withhold Epstein documents that they don't want the public to see, we will know about it. And if the administration tries to weaponize the narrow and careful statutory exemptions Congress provided to hide the truth, we will know about it. If the administration provides anything less than a full and comprehensive release of the Epstein files, legal and political consequences will almost certainly follow. In a year when Democrats and Republicans have disagreed so fiercely on just about everything, on this issue, both parties are practically on the same page. It's how the Epstein File Transparency Act passed with near unanimity. The American people want the truth. Democrats, independents, MAGA Republicans, and everyone in between. So, President Trump, it's time to release the Epstein files, all of them. It's time to stop hiding the truth, Donald Trump. It's time, Donald Trump, for you to keep your promise to the American people, a promise you campaigned on. And Mr. President, Mr. Trump, If you fail to come clean, the American people will demand to know, what the hell are you trying to hide? Now, on health care costs, because of the Republicans' colossal mismanagement, the damage to American health care has now been done. At this point, the toothpaste is out of the tube. And once January 1st comes, and people are locked into their new, more expensive plans, or are frozen out of all their plans because they can't afford it, there's no putting the toothpaste back in. Because of Republicans, millions of Americans will now pay hundreds, if not thousands more a month for health insurance. Even if something can get done later, it won't help those who pay more on their premiums starting in January. It's tragic. It's infuriating. It's shameful. Republicans can make whatever policy arguments they want about the ACA, but it's insanity for them to act like the right answer is to do nothing about the expiring tax credits. It's insanity for the Republicans to let people's premiums explode, yet that's the path they're taking. Even now, House Republican leaders are on a warpath to let these tax credits expire, pushing a hard-right bill that doesn't lower premiums, doesn't extend tax credits, and doesn't lower people's costs. Asked why the House won't vote on the ACA tax credits, Speaker Johnson this morning said, "It was just not to be." It was just not to be? Mr. Speaker, tell that to the people back home who go bankrupt paying for health care. It was just not to be is an unacceptable answer as the American people are suffering. Republicans are the ones in charge. Republicans have the majority. There is only one reason in the world why these ACA tax credits are expiring, and it's because Republicans have chosen to let it happen. It's not that this choice was just not meant to be. This is a choice Republicans have made, Speaker Johnson, and people back home will suffer the consequences. Republicans can pretend this health care crisis is not their fault. They can give all the speeches they want about how much they hate Obamacare, but Republicans are the ones in charge. The health care crisis is squarely on Republican shoulders. Democrats warned Republicans months ago that this crisis was coming. We gave Republicans 13 chances to avoid the calamity this year, and each time they said no. The consequences, unfortunately, will be very severe back home. When these tax credits expire, premiums will spike and people will lose insurance. People will get sick. Some people will die, and many of them will go broke along the way. When it comes to health care, the damage has been done, and Americans know it's all thanks to the Republicans. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston Brooks.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I came to the floor today to talk about the National Defense Authorization Act, which is going to be addressed and voted on today. As I was coming to the floor, I heard the minority leader talking about health care. And his phrase was, "The damage has been done." The damage was done the day the Democrats passed Obamacare. 15 years ago, every Democrat voted for and every Republican voted against the Obama health care law, which Republicans said is going to go to rising costs for health care, fewer choices for Americans, and hassles and headaches when it comes to health care in terms of the paperwork and the denials and all the issues that come when the government tries to run health care. That's when the damage was done. And I should point out to the minority leader, he has no solutions. The Democrats have no solutions for the disaster that have brought onto the American people other than to say, hey, let's go extend these bonus subsidies for another 3 years, $85 billion directly from the federal government's treasury to the insurance companies' pockets. That's the only solution the Democrats have come up with. Nothing to address the needs of the American people, nothing to address the high copays, nothing to address the high deductibles. Nope, not a thing. And no reforms, certainly nothing to deal with the waste, the fraud, the abuse, and the corruption that has come with the Obama health care law and the added-on subsidies and the bonus subsidies brought on by Joe Biden during COVID. That's the Democrats' solution as Republicans continue to work to ways to actually lower the cost of care and bring to the floor, as we have last week, a proposal that all the Republicans here voted for that said we need to lower the cost of care. We need to get the money to the patients, not to the insurance companies. We need to put choice into the hands of patients and dollars to allow them to come forward with a choice. So when the minority leader comes to the floor and says the damage has been done, yeah, he did it. He voted, the Democrats voted for it. Every one of them voted for that damage. And now the American people are seeing what we have under the Obama health care law, which is a program much more expensive, fewer choices, more headaches, more hassles. That's the Democrats' solution to the needs of the American people. But, Mr. President, I come to the floor today to talk about the National Defense Authorization Act. The bill enacts critical military policy for our nation and for our troops. The House of Representatives passed the NDAA last week, and they did it with strong bipartisan support, and now it's time for the Senate to act. The previous administration failed to keep America safe. It allowed over 10 million illegal immigrants to flood across our border. It was responsible for a deadly and disastrous retreat from Afghanistan, and it undermined Americans' power around the world. President Trump and Republicans in this last year have been restoring peace through strength. Under Republican leadership, America is becoming safer and more prosperous. This year's National Defense Authorization Act, it refocuses our military. It focuses on our core mission of defending the homeland and defending American interests overseas. It deters our enemies and defends our nation. In combat, Mr. President, as you know better than any, competence matters, not political correctness. The NDAA refocuses our military on lethality and on readiness, and it rolls back these divisive DEI policies which the Democrats have given us the last 4 years. Those liberal Democrat policies took time, money, and attention away from the training, the preparation, and combat effectiveness. The bill on the Senate floor today restores policies that are merit-based and mission-focused. Additionally, the NDAA builds on the recruitment surge that we have been experiencing in this country. We've seen it during the past year, during the Trump administration. Recruitment numbers went up, started to go up the day President Trump was elected back to office. It gives our troops a well-deserved pay raise. It increases recruiting bonuses. It has better pay, and it improves recruiting, retention, and readiness of our troops. Mr. President, a stronger military means a stronger America. This bill prioritizes defending our homeland. And it does that because threats at home and abroad are continuing to increase, and they are increasingly connected. We saw that in the terrorist attack in Australia. We also see at home a terrorist gunman from Afghanistan attacked our National Guardsmen right here in Washington, D.C. This bill strengthens the tools needed to keep our border secure. At the same time, it invests in the next generation of missile defense, and that includes the Golden Dome Initiative. It expands counter-drone authorities to protect military bases, critical infrastructure, and public spaces. In Wyoming, protecting the homeland is what we do every day. Cheyenne, Wyoming is home of the F.E. Warren Air Force Base. F.E. Warren is home to the Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missiles. These are critical to our nation's nuclear deterrent. The NDAA modernizes communications and electrical infrastructure at F.E. Warren for this critical program. Furthermore, it invests $4.3 billion in the Sentinel missile program. These are the missiles that will replace the Minuteman III. Wyoming will be the first to receive these new missiles. As China advances hypersonic missiles, modernizing our nuclear deterrent is essential to keeping America safe. The bill we're voting on today modernizes our military across the board. It's going to make our warfighters more lethal and more intimidating. Investments in shipbuilding and new fighter aircraft will strengthen American dominance in the air as well as the sea. At the same time, cutting unnecessary spending will make the Pentagon more efficient, more effective, and more accountable. The National Defense Authorization Act restores America's arsenal of democracy. For far too long, bureaucratic hurdles slowed production. They stifled innovation. And this bill removes those barriers and accelerates the delivery of new technology. During World War II, American industrial strength was decisive to victory. Industrial strength is the foundation of the safety, of security, and of our liberty. When we innovate, we deter aggression. Weakness invites conflict. That's what happens. Weakness invites conflict. Or my friend and colleague, Senator Kennedy of Louisiana, always said, weakness invites the wolves. Strength deters the enemy. It deters and prevents wars. Under this bill, we're sending a clear message, a message that we will defend our nation, that we will support our troops, that we will build out and they will outbuild and out-innovate our adversaries and never apologize for American strength. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, S-612 is a bipartisan bill that amends the Native American Tourism and Improving Visitors Experience Act, which authorizes grants to Indian tribes, tribal organizations, and Native Hawaiian organizations to support recreational travel and tourism activities. And this bill just makes it easier and less bureaucratic for both the administration and the recipients of this grant program. And so I'm glad it's passing today as the 15th bill from the Indian Affairs Committee to pass out of the Senate this year. I'm proud of the work that we've done on the committee on a bipartisan basis with Chair Murkowski and others. There is a lot more work to do to support Native communities across the country in the new year. Mr. President, Notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 72 S612.
Clerk will report.
Calendar number 72 S612, a bill to amend the Native American Tourism and Improving Visitor Experience Act and so forth and for other purposes.
Is there objections to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Iowa.
This coming summer marks.
Sir, the Senate sent him quorum call.
I ask that the calling quorum
Without objection.
be lifted. This summer marks an important milestone in the great American experiment. On July 4th, 2026, our country will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our founding. A nation founded on the universal principle that all people have inherent God-given rights. To protect those rights, our forefathers established a democratic republic. Throughout the year, communities from sea to shining sea will hold events celebrating our rights and freedoms. This is also a fitting time to reflect on our nation's history. The story of America is filled with acts of courage and righteous struggles. America has not always lived up to its high ideals. However, the principles laid out in its founding document have proved enduring. The Declaration of Independence states, "All men are created equal, endowed with certain unalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." This has been successfully wielded to secure freedom for those overlooked at our nation's founding. And one of those overlooked things that we're not very proud of, not proud of at all, is slavery. In a speech delivered in 1852, the great abolitionist Frederick Douglass quoted these words to land a damning blow against slavery. His 4th of July speech made it patently clear that the practice of slavery was an affront to the universal principles enshrined in the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration of Independence was also influential to the women's suffrage movement. It was used as a model for the movement's Declaration of Sentiments, which was signed at the first Women's Rights Convention organized by women in 1848. Now, the history of the suffrage movement has a special place in my heart. So I'm going to show you a front page story from the Des Moines Register, August 30th, 1920. You can see the same picture in the Waterloo Courier. This woman is Mrs. Ruth Grassley, my mother. Now, August 30th is 1 or 2 days after the Secretary of State of the United States government informed the Secretary of State of Iowa that women could vote. And there was an election in Black Hawk and Grundy County that my mother participated in one day after the Secretary of State said that women could vote. Now, I think this goes back a couple weeks before that, because Tennessee, by a 1-vote margin, was the 36th state out of the 48 states at that particular time that was the last state to ratify the 19th Amendment. And then I presume it took a couple weeks to get it out to the states that they could vote. So I presume that on August the 29th, or maybe even as late as August 30th, through a telephone call to this meeting, that women could vote, my mother was voting. So my mother was Ruth Corwin Grassley, was, as I just told you, one of the very first women for sure in Iowa, but maybe in the entire United States, to cast the the vote on the ratification, or after the ratification of the 19th Amendment. And as I just showed you in the Des Moines Register, and also the exact same picture in the Waterloo Courier, it verifies what I've just told you. The Waterloo Times-Tribune reported this quote: Black Hawk and Grundy County women gained fame Friday by being the first in the state and probably the first in the nation to take advantage of the privilege of equal suffrage, end of quote. Growing up, I was unaware of my mother took part in this history. In fact, this picture came to my attention probably 20 years after my mother's death. She never bragged about anything, so I'm not surprising that we didn't hear about this part of her life in history. She took great pride in being a dedicated school teacher. She instilled in her students and her own children lifelong lessons of civic responsibility. I imagine she saw herself as simply exercising her freedom to vote to make sure her voice was counted. To honor my mother and all suffragettes, I proudly co-sponsored the Women's Suffrage Centennial Commemorative Coin Act. It was enacted at the end of 2019. The bill authorized the U.S. Mint to issue special edition silver dollar coins commemorating the adoption of the 19th Amendment in 1920. This program resulted in the sale of over 56,000 coins, with a portion of the proceeds directed towards the Smithsonian Institute's American Women History Initiative. The U.S. Mint is now set to commemorate like coins for the 250th anniversary of our Declaration of Independence. This includes 5 quarter designs emblematic of this historic anniversary and commemorative dollar coins. My understanding is the original 5 coins, 5 quarter designs depicted historic American events such as women's suffrage and abolition. Now, I'm obviously here because I'm very much interested in the fact that it doesn't look like they're going to have a women's suffrage coin. The current Treasury Department abandoned the designs that were first suggested, and women's suffrage coin was one of those. In my view, this is a very big mistake. The forthcoming anniversary is a perfect time to honor historical events that made America what it is today. The historic victory won by suffragettes after more than 140 years of fighting for the right to vote is as worthy as any. While Treasury has since finalized 5 different quarter designs, it has yet to announce the final designs for other commemorative coins. To correct the mistake that was recently made, Treasury officials should consider honoring the suffrage movement and other worthy events as part of the 250th anniversary commemorative dollar coin program. So you can see that I'm kind of shocked that the executive branch of government would change what was studied for a while and suggested. It didn't meet the ideology of this administration. And I don't think that what they want to substitute is not worthy of consideration. But I think we have to remember that in the preamble of the Constitution, it didn't say that we were going to create a perfect union. We're going to work towards a more perfect union. And when we forget the work of women for 140 years that tried to get the right to vote, and one of them, the suffragettes, is from the county next to the county I've spent 92 years in, living in Iowa. We take great pride in what it took to get the 19th Amendment adopted. So I hope I can get some reconsideration on the part of the administration about honoring the suffragettes with a coin at this particular time. I yield the floor.
Senator from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, child trafficking in Georgia and nationwide is a crisis and one of the most heinous crimes imaginable. In my state, the Georgia Department of Public Health this year reported that more than 370 girls are trafficked in Georgia every month. 370 girls every month. It's every parent's worst nightmare. I've got 2 young daughters at home, Mr. President, and I know that there is no more fundamental question for any human being than, is my child safe? And that's why here in the Senate, despite whatever differences and divisions we might have, we have to work together to protect children from trafficking. And that's why Senator Grassley and I together have authored the Preventing Child Trafficking Act to strengthen prevention, investigation, and prosecution of child trafficking crimes, and to ensure that prosecutors and law enforcement officials work together with those who provide supportive services to victims and survivors. Because too often the children who have endured this crime and this trauma fall through the cracks and are targeted and victimized again. Now, the Government Accountability Office is one of the top federal watchdogs, and its investigation found that this failure of prosecuting and enforcement authorities to work with those who provide services to victims leaves American children at risk in Georgia and across the country. And we've also found through congressional investigations that something that sounds simple, law enforcement working with those who serve victims, is essential to protecting children. And that's why Senator Grassley and I have written this bill to solve this problem, to protect children in Georgia, in Iowa, and across the country. And so I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, because there's nothing more important than protecting children. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President. I'm happy to join Senator Ossoff in support of our bill, the Prevent Child Trafficking Act. This is an important bill with an important objective: fostering communication between the Department of Justice and Health and Human Services, with the result, we hope, of preventing children from falling prey to the evils of human trafficking. It does this, as Senator Ossoff just said, by implementing recommendations from the Government Accountability Office and requiring these agencies to set performance goals that reflect best practices. Preventing future instances of trafficking is very, very essential, and I'm happy to support this bill's advancement today. I yield the floor, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Georgia.
Notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S-1049 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S-1049, a bill to direct the Office for Victims of Crime of the Department of Justice to continue implementing the anti-trafficking recommendations of the Government Accountability Office and to report to Congress regarding such implementation.
Without objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
No.
Mr. President, I've long been, like many of us, an advocate for protecting the victims of child sexual abuse. And I've long believed that anybody who commits such a heinous crime must be held accountable. As technology has evolved over the last several decades, so have the methods being used by those who would exploit our children. Starting in 2023, child safety researchers noticed a rise in the use of visual generative machine learning models to create highly realistic child sexual abuse material, otherwise known as CSAM, as well as other obscene visual depictions of minors. While there are many good and practical uses to artificial intelligence, this is not one of them. Anyone who uses this kind of technology to harm children deserves to receive the most severe penalties our laws provide for. But our criminal code has not kept up with the advanced methods used by some of these offenders. Under current law, those who use AI to create explicit images of minors do not receive the same penalties as similarly situated offenders who create other forms of child pornography. My legislation, called the Enforce Act, addresses this discrepancy by amending two provisions of the U.S. Code that deal with child obscenity. Our legislation clarifies the confusing and duplicative definition of modified or computer-generated child sexual abuse material and makes persons who create or distribute it, Gen AI CSAM, subject to the same penalties as those who create or distribute other forms of child pornography. I shudder to think that our society will be judged based on how we prioritize the protection of our most vulnerable. And it's hard to think of anyone more vulnerable than a child victim of sexual assault. Our bipartisan legislation ensures that anyone who participates in the sexual exploitation of children is held accountable, and I hope it will advance out of the chamber today. Mr. President, in that regard, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S. 3021 and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report.
S. 3021, a bill to amend Title 18 United States Code to enhance enforcement with respect to material depicting obscene child sexual abuse or constituting child pornography and for other purposes.
Without objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered and read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. And I'd note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Senator from New York.
I'd like to vitiate the quorum call. I ask
that-
unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Mr. President, during World War II, Fort Ontario was the only U.S. refugee shelter for people fleeing the Holocaust. Let me say it again. Fort Ontario was the only U.S. refugee shelter for people fleeing the Holocaust. After a perilous 2-week Atlantic crossing, 982 refugees arrived in Oswego, New York, seeking safety. At Fort Ontario, they found more than a shelter. They found hope and a chance to rebuild their lives. Located along Lake Ontario, the Fort Ontario Holocaust Refugee Shelter was intended to be the first of many such havens across the country. But it was the only one that ever came to fruition. And it was one of the first places where American residents would hear firsthand accounts of the Holocaust. We are in the midst of Hanukkah, a time that reminds us of the power of resilience and the importance of choosing light over darkness. Anti-Semitism continues to rise, and Jewish communities around the world mourn horrific, horrifying anti-Semitic attacks in Sydney, Australia. I'm reminded constantly of how essential it is to seek out the light and to lift up the stories of Holocaust survivors who came to our shores in search of a better life. For years, I've been working with local community members to honor and preserve this site. I've listened to their stories. I've heard about the importance of Fort Ontario Holocaust Refugee Shelter to them and their families. I've seen how Fort Ontario stands as a testament to American compassion and to the strength of those survivors who found refuge there amid one of humanity's darkest, most evil hours. Its story deserves a permanent place in our national memory as part of the national park system. Establishing the Fort Ontario Holocaust Refugee Shelter National Historic Park would give this site permanent protection and make sure it is preserved for future generations so they can learn about its history of hope, compassion, and resilience. I want to thank Congresswoman Tenney and former Congressman Katko for helping me lead the effort, for doing the work that was necessary in the House. I also want to thank Senator Hawley for his partnership here in the Senate. Mr. President, I urge the unanimous consent for this extraordinary piece of legislation, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Wait for me. But we should do a
Senator from New York,
I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
without objection.
Mr. President,
Senator from New York,
I rise to support our legislation that I just spoke on about Fort Ontario, and I want to thank Senator Hawley for his leadership in making sure we had a bipartisan effort to get this done. With his collaboration, we have literally enshrined now as a national park a testament to Americans who supported and helped refugees who fled from the Holocaust. And it is an absolute testament to strength and light in darkness. Thank you, Senator Hawley.
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri.
I want to thank Senator Gillibrand. It's been a privilege to work with her on this over a couple of years now. And now, Mr. President, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-3490 submitted earlier today.
Clerk will report.
S-3490, a bill to establish the Fort Ontario Holocaust Refugee Shelter National Historical Park to designate the America's National Churchill Museum National Historic Landmark and for other purposes.
Objection. The Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read 3 times and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, in the fall of 1945, former Prime Minister Winston Spencer Churchill received an otherwise nondescript letter from a college in the middle of Missouri that I suspect he had not heard of. It was from Westminster College in Fulton, Missouri, a letter signed by the president, F.L. McClure, and it invited the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom to come and deliver a lecture in the winter of 1945 or 1946, or in the spring of 1946, the letter says. We should be glad to arrange the date or dates to suit your convenience, the president of Westminster College told this most famous of former prime ministers. I wonder, Mr. President, what might have happened had there not been a postscript attached to this same letter, handwritten at the bottom and the left corner as it came to Mr. Churchill, in a different hand from that signed by the president. The postscript reads, "This is a wonderful school in my home state. Hope you can do it. I will introduce you." And that is signed Harry S. Truman. Well, as it turns out, Winston Churchill accepted this invitation from F.L. McClure and from President Harry S. Truman, and in March of 1946, Prime Minister Churchill boarded President Truman's presidential train and traveled with him overland to Fulton, Missouri, a visit that took him to Westminster College, and a visit that took Westminster College into the history books, because it was there in March of 1946 that Winston Churchill delivered his famous speech in which he said, "From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an iron curtain has descended across the continent." Churchill called the speech the Sinews of Peace speech, but as everyone listening to these words knows, it has become immortalized forever as the Iron Curtain speech. It was a perilous moment in Europe, the onset of the Cold War, at a time when Europe and much of the West was exhausted and really wished that perhaps there was a way to just make peace with the Soviet Union, to look the other way, to say it's time to recover after years of warfare. We couldn't risk another confrontation. The stakes are too high, the people too exhausted. And Churchill reminded the West of the civilizational principles on which we are founded and which the United States and the United Kingdom share together. The principles of conscience and what he called Christian civilization, the principles of faith and liberty that undergirded our alliance in the Second World War, that have been the principles on which this nation was founded from the beginning, and they continue to animate us today. And Churchill spoke with great boldness and moral clarity for those principles on that day in March of 1946, and a speech that deserves the fame that has been attached to it ever since. Now, the interesting thing, Mr. President, is that when he came there to Fulton, such a crowd gathered to hear Prime Minister Churchill. that they couldn't find enough space in the town of Fulton. It's not a very big town. In fact, the only space they had in the town or on the campus big enough was a gymnasium, the Westminster College Gymnasium, which is where Churchill delivered his famous address with President Harry S. Truman there, introducing him, just as he had promised. Well, in the years that followed, the good folks at Westminster College decided perhaps a more fitting memorial would be in order. And so, Mr. President, they found the remains of a church in the United Kingdom, right near London, St. Mary Aldermanbury, which had first been built in 1181 as a Christian parish church used in continuous service from the 12th century. It was destroyed by the Great Fire of London in 1666, after which it was rebuilt and redesigned by the great Sir Christopher Wren, only for it to be demolished again by the Blitz in 1940. And as it existed at this time in 1946, it was basically just a pile of rubble, bricks destroyed by the Nazi onslaught. The people of Westminster took that church and those bricks and brought them to the site of Churchill's famous speech and rebuilt it. You can see a picture of it here with a statue of Churchill giving his famous address. St. Mary Aldermanbury is reimagined by Sir Christopher Wren, a church that existed for 1,000 years, standing for the rights of liberty and conscience, standing for the deepest principles of mankind that this nation has always itself stood for, brought from the UK to the heart of the United States in central Missouri and rebuilt there. I can't help but think, Mr. President, of the symbolism that these civilizational values, these sinews of our Christian civilization, defended for so long in the United Kingdom, but finding their true home in the United States of America. Just as that church was rebuilt in the heart of Missouri, so in the heart of this country still the defense of the West lives on. Moral courage and moral clarity burns on. And as Churchill gave voice to those principles in that day, this building now stands in Fulton, Missouri as a testament to what we believe in, to what we stand for, and to the moral purpose that continues to animate us in 2025. Since that time, that building and that location has been turned into a National Churchill Museum by the folks at Westminster. And today, Mr. President, we have just passed legislation that will finally recognize this most significant site commemorating a most significant event as a National Historic Landmark that the National Park Service will administer and maintain so that generations of Americans and people of goodwill everywhere can come to that site and learn about Churchill's speech and perhaps more fundamentally, learn about the principles of liberty and conscience and faith and moral virtue on which this nation and indeed the whole of the West were founded. This is an appropriate moment, I think, as we close this year to honor the legacy of Winston Churchill, the legacy of Westminster College, and indeed the legacy of the West. May we do our part always to defend it. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. In light of the Sunday attack in Australia on the Jewish community, I wanted to read a letter sent by my friend Scott Reckler to his family. He is Jewish, in response to the Jewish community's pain and misery that they were feeling and experiencing. This is a real-time letter that he sent to his family on Sunday, and I thought it would be appropriate for us to hear these powerful words written to Scott's family. So each year, we light our own menorahs to remember that light can triumph over darkness, that courage and faith can outlast oppression, and that the smallest spark can ignite hope for generations. Tonight is the first night of Hanukkah. It arrives during a moment that feels heavy and unsettling, a time when anti-Semitism is surging in ways I have never experienced in my lifetime. Scott is 58 years old. I had hoped that the recent movement toward peace in the Middle East and a reduction in protests might cool the temperature. Instead, it feels as though the ancient and ugly beast of anti-Semitism has been unleashed again, and it will not be easily forced back into the bottle. Earlier today, he's talking on Sunday, of course, that reality became heartbreakingly clear. Jews gathered at Bondi Beach in Australia to celebrate what would have been the first public Hanukkah menorah lighting of 2025 anywhere in the world. A moment meant to symbolize light, unity, and hope. Instead, it became a scene of unimaginable horror. Two armed men opened fire on the gathering. At least 11 people were killed simply for being Jewish. Dozens more were wounded, including police officers. One attacker was killed, the other apprehended, but none of that changes the devastation left behind. The pain is overwhelming. The shock, the sadness, the anger, all of it sits heavily. But history has taught us something essential. Our response matters just as much as our grief. The Jewish answer to darkness has never been retreat. It has always been light. Our response does not need to be loud or performative. It needs to be intentional, dignified, and deeply rooted in who we are. Let us take on an extra mitzvah in memory of our holy brothers and sisters who were murdered simply because they were Jewish. A small act of goodness, a moment of kindness, an affirmation of life. If I may suggest one simple but powerful act, tonight, when we gather with family and friends, let us be especially mindful as we light the Hanukkah menorah. The single candle we light on the first night represents more than tradition. It represents oneness. It represents resilience. It represents the unbroken chain of a people who refuse to let darkness define them. That small flame projects a message, quietly but unmistakably, that we are still here, that we are proud of who we are, and that we will continue unapologetically to share light with the world. Let us be who we are in the most beautiful way. Proud Jews, joyful Jews, strong Jews, committed to goodness, justice, and life. Light does not diminish when it is shared. Light only grows. This Hanukkah season, let those of us, my words not his, who are Christians, light a candle for our Jewish communities, for the strength of our Jewish communities, for the protection of our Jewish communities, and for God's favor to shine on our Jewish communities. Finally, remembering the words of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. May 2026 be the year that people of good intent stand strong with those who should not have to stand by themselves. May we as a nation, we as a people, and specifically we as Christians, stand not just with the Jewish community, but when possible and necessary, may we stand in front of the Jewish community. I notice the absence of a quorum.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
President,
Senator from South Dakota.
I asked South Dakota or South Carolina?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
from South, yeah.
There's a South someplace, yes. I am John Thune. I ask for unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 3 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
The Senate will come to order. The senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be asking unanimous consent request here in a second. But my colleagues on the Democratic side, a lot of people in the country are wondering, can we ever do anything together? We've done some things together, but nothing more uniting the Senate since I've been here than the response we've achieved on both sides of the aisle regarding Putin's barbaric invasion of Ukraine. We have 85 co-sponsors giving President Trump the ability to tariff countries that buy cheap Russian oil to keep Putin in the fight. That's a major accomplishment. And we also have a bill making Russia a state-sponsored terrorism under U.S. law that I believe passed through the Foreign Relations Committee unanimously. Now, what does this bill do? It designates Russia a state sponsor of terrorism based on the fact that Putin's Russia has kidnapped, for lack of a better word, almost 20,000 Ukrainian children in the occupied territories controlled by Russia in Ukraine. We had a hearing last week about this. It was amazing what we learned, that some of these Ukrainian children are being taken from their families in Ukraine and wind up in North Korea. I couldn't believe it. 200 different camps that these kids are being put in to make them Russian. This is one of the greatest outrages of the 21st century or any other century. And we had compelling testimony from the Ukrainian ambassador and NGOs that follow this, detailing the brutality of Russia's effort to separate Ukrainian children from their families and turn them into pawns of Putin. Some of these kids have been taken as young children. Teenagers are now in the fight for Russia. The videos are just break your heart. Now, how does the bill work? Within 60 days of passage, if Russia has not come up with a plan to return the kidnapped children, there's no process of reintegration. If the Russian government is still attacking civilian infrastructure, then Russia will be designated as state sponsor of terrorism. Now, when you look at international terrorism activities, they include kidnapping under Section 2331I of Title 18. So this legislation is designed to label Russia a state sponsor of terrorism for the kidnapping. We estimate up to almost 20,000, probably more, Ukrainian children in the occupied territories. If this doesn't make you a terrorist state, what would? For us to turn our back on this problem, I think would be the worst possible signal we could send in terms of world order. I am confident that if we get a vote on this bill, it will pass overwhelmingly because most senators want to be on record of saying, I did something necessary in the face of brutality. The one thing I've learned in my time here, if you appease aggression, you get more of it. If you're silent in the face of evil, it will grow. So to my Democratic colleagues, Senator Shaheen and Blumenthal, and so many others, you've been great to work with. We have tremendous, wide and deep bipartisan support for this. And I'm hoping that the negotiations in Berlin will bear fruit, that we can end this bloodbath in a way to prevent a third invasion, an honorable and just outcome. I don't think Ukraine can evict every Russian soldier, but having said that, you don't want to reward Putin for this invasion. You'll just get more of it. We have to prevent what happened in 2014 and 2022 this time around. But one of the tools in our toolbox is to label Russia a state sponsor of terrorism for kidnapping these children. It would make the Russian economy radioactive. There are only 4 nations that are designated state sponsor of terrorism under U.S. law. This would be number 5. It's a well-deserved label based on the conduct of Putin regarding Ukrainian children. So in that regard, I would ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 246 S2978, that the committee reported substitute amendment be withdrawn, the Graham substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill is amended, be considered, read a third time, and passed, and that motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Kentucky.
Reserving the right to object, designating Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism is a colossally bad idea, a dangerous provocation, and a roundabout way of allowing military strikes on Russian targets. If you doubt this, ask the Venezuelans. All of the kinetic strikes on Venezuelan boats are justified because they are designated as a terrorist sponsor. They have these fancy names. We call them designated terrorist organization, and therefore it's like a war, not quite a war, but they justify their attacks, and they justify acting like there is a war with Venezuela by designating them as terrorists. Never underestimate Washington's ability to make things worse. In its insistence that Moscow be a permanent enemy of the U.S., the foreign policy establishment is pushing to impose more punitive measures on Russia, measures that may make globalists in Washington feel virtuous, but in reality will do nothing to help Ukraine, do nothing to bring peace in Europe, and do nothing to make Americans safer or more prosperous. In fact, if there's one thing more likely to disrupt the peace talks and make it less likely to find peace, it's simply labeling Russia as a terrorist nation. If you want to destroy the peace process, you should pass this legislation and shout it from the rooftops that you're calling Russia a terrorist nation if you want to disrupt the peace talks. This bill would designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism, directly undermines President Trump's diplomatic efforts to end the 4-year war in Ukraine. If you like the war in Ukraine, vote for this bill, because this bill will do everything possible to drive Russia away from the table. Our goal should be to seek de-escalation and stability in Europe, which will only come about by establishing working relations with Russians. None of this says that Russia isn't the aggressor. None of this says that Russia isn't doing bad things. They're in the middle of a war. Yes, they are the aggressor. But simply standing forth and showing how virtuous we are by calling them terrorists will do nothing to end the war and may well allow the war to continue. The hardliners in Moscow already believe they're at war with the U.S., and designating them as a state sponsor of terrorism will only throw further fuel on that fire. This misguided legislation would destroy any semblance of U.S.-Russia bilateral relations, and it's not going to achieve its desired intention. It's absurd to think that applying more economic pressure on Russia will get them to change their objectives. They've fought for 4 years. They've lost tens of thousands of soldiers. They've killed tens of thousands of soldiers. Some say up to 1 million casualties in this war. We already imposed 16,000 sanctions on them. Do we really think that 16,001 is going to do the trick? We think, oh, we're going to call them a terrorist. What a terrible thing. They are going to lay down their arms and give back the land they have taken. No, that's not what's going to happen. This will not work, but it might drive them away from the process of coming to a negotiated settlement. If this bill is enacted, Russia will likely conclude that negotiations are futile, and they will continue the grinding war of attrition on the battlefield. And it should come as no surprise, given the disparity between Russia and Ukraine in terms of economic strength and population, that a war of attrition does not favor Kiev. President Trump has repeatedly made clear that this is not our war, and that his primary desire is to end the killing. He's 100% right. Congress should fully support the president's efforts to end the needless slaughter of a generation of young people in Ukraine and Russia. But this legislation will do the opposite of his intentions. This legislation will put peace farther away, may well drive a wedge in negotiations and end the negotiations. The way to do this, the way to achieve peace, is to pursue realistic negotiations. Negotiations that, whether you like it or not, will require that Russia's security interests are taken into consideration, not by ratcheting up tensions with Moscow or by designating them as a state sponsor of terrorism. The Washington establishment already succeeded in its foolish designation of drug cartels in the Western Hemisphere as terrorist organizations, and now we're conducting extrajudicial killings of individuals seemingly every day with no congressional authorization or oversight. What's next? Are we going to commit extrajudicial executions of Russians? Once they're designated as state sponsors of terrorism, that's exactly what we're doing in Venezuela. They say, oh, we're just not killing any drug dealers. We're killing drug dealers who are terrorists. That sort of begs the question, when they released a narco-terrorist who'd been in prison for 45 years, the former president of Honduras, Hernandez, oh, well, why is he not a narco-terrorist? Oh, because we name who the narco-terrorist is. The guys we're killing in the boats, they're narco-terrorists. The guy convicted and sent to prison for 45 years, the former president of Honduras, he's not a narco-terrorist. But the justification for killing the people in the boats who are not armed, there's been no evidence presented that anybody in these boats is armed. We're killing unarmed people because we call them narco-terrorists, and now we're going to call the Russians terrorists. What does that mean? Are we setting up the predicate for bombing Russian boats? They say they don't need authority for war. They say they can do it, but you're helping them by designating Russian as terrorists. And when you do, and when they begin to blow up Russian boats, what will we say? The Washington establishment has succeeded in this foolish designation. We now have drug cartels. We're conducting these killings. What's next? Will we allow killings of Russians? Will we allow bombings of Russian boats? Designating countries or cartels as terrorists essentially has become an end run around congressional war-making powers. The Constitution says we declare war. They say, well, it's not quite war. It's somewhere in between war, but it's not drug smuggling anymore. We don't kill drug smugglers on sight, but we do kill them if there are designated terrorists. So it's just game playing with these labels. It's circular reasoning, but everything about it leads to more war and leads to less restraint. Once they are designated as terrorists, attacks on the country are argued to be sanctioned. This is an argument for saying that bombing Russian boats will be sanctioned. The terrorists, the Venezuelans, are said to be terrorists. Their boats are targets, and we can bomb them like it's a war, but not a war because we haven't voted on it. If we label Russia as terrorists, is that the same conclusion? So while we are not at war with Russia, designating them as a state sponsor of terrorism implies that no further vote of Congress is necessary before letting the bombs fly. To think that the risk of escalation must no longer concern us because the war has gone on for years is folly. There is still danger to escalating the war with Russia. We must still take great care to ensure that the United States is not foolishly dragged into a kinetic conflict through stupidity or miscalculation. Americans supported President Trump because they resonated with his message of America first. Outside of the globalist elites in Washington, everyday Americans do not want to be further entangled in a war 5,000 miles from our shores. Congress should reject this bill and instead focus its efforts to advance realistic peace negotiations in Ukraine and pursue policies that advance America's national interests. I object.
The objection is heard.
Yeah, I'll respond.
Senator from South Carolina.
And turn it over to my colleagues. Number one, you're very consistent, Senator Paul, in the sense that you do not believe that standing up to aggression stops it. I do. When you appease it, you get more of it. In 2014, Putin invades Crimea. We end that conflict only to have him invade again in 2022. You can have your opinions, but you need to listen to what the enemy is saying. If you believe Putin's going to stop voluntarily, you're completely discounting everything he's said and everything he's done. He's going to go till somebody stops him. Not one American soldier has died in the effort to stop him in Ukraine. We have provided weapons, we've put sanctions, we've done a lot of things, but the war keeps going. Senator Paul advocated for getting out of Afghanistan, Syria, you name it, he wants to leave. The problem is that the people that you leave behind want to kill you. Senator Paul doesn't believe that radical Islam is dedicated to the destruction of the American people, our way of life. I do. Under his model, if you leave them alone, they will leave you alone. There's really no reason for us to be forward deployed because we're safe if we just ignore them. If you ignore Putin, there goes Taiwan. All the negotiations, I appreciate, they haven't worked. We're negotiating and Ukrainians are dying. How many Ukrainians have died since these talks have been going on? To my friends in the Trump administration, you have an obligation to bring this war to an end for the good of the civilized world. I appreciate you going to Berlin. I hope we come up with security guarantees that will prevent another invasion like in 2014 and 2022. I hope America will say the third time around, Putin, you come into Ukraine after we have a ceasefire, then you run into the coalition of the willing and the United States. And if you don't say that, Putin will come back. So the worst thing you can do is not understand the times in which you live. People didn't understand Hitler. These arguments made today were all made in the 30s. And 50 million people die when people in power like us in the Senate don't understand the world in which we live in. Putin has raped and murdered en masse Ukrainians who just wish to be Ukrainians. To Senator Paul, if he gets away with this, there goes Taiwan, but you'll do nothing for Taiwan. I don't know if you'd do anything if they actually went into Kentucky. The point is, the rest of us believe you're the outlier. There's nothing about the Washington establishment here. It's about common sense, learning from history, having a half a brain when it comes to dealing with aggression. If you think ISIS is going to leave you alone because you want to leave them alone, that's insane. If you think Putin will stop until somebody stops him, you've missed a lot. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to make it hard to do business with Russia. China is the #1 purchaser of Russian oil, cheap. The #1 purchaser of Iranian oil, cheap. The #1 purchaser of Venezuelan oil. What does that have in common? China is propping up all these dictatorships. Without China, India, and Brazil buying Russian oil, cheap, Putin would have no money virtually to prosecute the war. So we're trying to make it hard to prop up Putin's war machine. A state sponsor of terrorism designation against Russia would matter. It would cripple his war machine because he'd be radioactive in terms of doing business. And if you turn your back on a regime that kidnaps 20,000 children, takes them away from their family, appropriates them to Russia, then boy, have you lost your way. If that's not terrorism, if that's not something America should care about, what the hell should we care about? We're labeling the conduct of Putin for what it is, state sponsor of terrorism. So let it be said that in 2025, almost everybody in the Senate, except 2 or 3, believes that Russia should be a state sponsor of terrorism under U.S. law, not to go to war with Russia, but because of their conduct of taking 20,000 children away from Ukrainian families, putting them in camps in Russia, and sending some of them to North Korea. If that's not something we should push back against, God help the world. If Putin gets away with this, the world will, only time will tell what would happen. To my Democratic and Republican colleagues, thank you for working together with Senator Blumenthal and myself. Senator Sheen, you've been terrific. Thank you for letting Russia know if this war doesn't end honorably and justly, we're going to crush your economy. We're going to come after your customers. Putin will go as far as he can go till somebody stands up to him. That's what I've learned when it comes to Putin. And as to the United States Senate, this is one of our finest moments. This is one of our finest hours where we came together to create legislation to punish a country that would kidnap children of another country, rape and murder and pillage. So thank you very much, and I turn the floor over to Senator Blumenthal.
Mr. President, Madam President.
Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. First, my thanks to Senator Graham for his steadfast advocacy and eloquence and his partnership. It has been bipartisan from the start. It involves Senators Britt and Klobuchar, as well as Senator Shaheen, who is with us today, and Senator Coons, and so many others. In fact, let the world know the Senate is united behind the children and parents of Ukraine. There may be some dissent, and we just heard one voice, but it is a small minority to our European allies, to Ukraine, to the world, and most important to Vladimir Putin. You should know that America will stand against kidnapping and abducting children. That's the principle that brings us to the floor today. And let me say to my colleague from Kentucky, there is not a scintilla of evidence, not one single bit of fact that could persuade you that passing this measure will slow down or impede any peace negotiations. That is not what we're hearing from the negotiators. It isn't what we're hearing from Ukraine and its leaders who steadfastly support this measure. It's not what we're hearing from our European allies who also have expressed support for this measure. And it's not what we're hearing from our conscience. We're here today because we see in Vladimir Putin and his policy of abducting children literally the face of evil. There are very few issues where there are black and white sides. You know, most of the issues that come before this body are gray on the one hand, on the other hand. This kind of war crime ought to shock the conscience of America and the world. And in fact, let's call it what it is. It is genocide. It is genocide because what Vladimir Putin wants to do is to destroy a people. He is abducting the children of Ukraine to deprive that nation of its future, of its children, of its culture, of its race and nationality. It's more than just about tanks and bombs and drones. It is about the future of humanity, who we are, and what we will tolerate from a world leader who is bent on destroying a nation and its people. When you destroy its children, you are destroying its future. I've been privileged to visit Ukraine 8 times since the beginning of Vladimir Putin's slaughterous invasion, most of them with Senator Graham, who has been such a great partner in this effort. And I have some very searing memories of meeting with the amputees and veterans of Ukraine who have been at the front, not just for months, but years, literally, fighting because their country's future is at stake. I have memories of meeting with those veterans. I have memories of visiting Bucha, where in the first days of this war, Russians literally lined up women and children and shot them in the back of their heads and then buried them in a mass grave. Memories of speaking to President Zelensky and hearing about those days when the Russians came within kilometers. We've driven from his bunker to the place where the Russians were stopped, literally a 5-minute car ride, and his courage in staying there and continuing this fight. I have memories of the bombed schools and hospitals and apartment houses, but the memory that sticks with me most vividly is of children who have been rescued after their abduction, and parents whose children have been kidnapped. Hearing about those children taken to re-education camps to foster families where they were, in effect, made Russians. They were forbidden to speak Ukrainian. They were forbidden to practice their religion. They were forbidden to try to reunite with their families. It is beyond horror and heartbreak to hear these stories. And what we are doing here is very simply recognizing that the world will not tolerate again this kind of genocide, that it should shock our conscience, and that designating Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism puts it in the same category as the other outlaw renegade nations, whether it's Cuba, Iran, North Korea. And by the way, we haven't bombed their ships, we haven't bombed their countries, we haven't bombed their planes. Designating them as state sponsors of terrorism doesn't mean that we bomb them. And to my colleague from Kentucky, I have my own criticisms of what's happening in the Caribbean today, and I share many of his criticisms, but it is simply a stream of consciousness that brings the two together. There's no logic or fact that makes them the same. We need to stand strong behind Ukraine in those negotiations and insist on Ukraine's security, airtight and approved by the United States Congress, a Article 5 type of guarantee that commits the United States to Ukraine's security. But today we are here about a moral and a practical issue. We're here about 10-month-old Margarita. Russian forces abducted her, changed her name, her citizenship, her birthplace. They changed it from Kherson, Ukraine, to Poldosk, Russia. Artem, a 16-year-old boy taken by Russian soldiers to a remote orphanage. He slept on sagging metal beds without bedding. He was forced to eat crackers every day. Ilya, a 9-year-old from Mariupol. His mother was killed in a Russian missile attack. He was made an orphan by the Russians, who then called him an orphan as though it was something unconnected to what they did. He buried her with his own hands, and then Russians took him to a hospital in Donetsk, operated on him without anesthesia, and told him not to say "Glory to Ukraine" anymore. These are war crimes. Children should be safe. They should be protected. They should never become pawns in an imperial war of conquest. And this assault on children is a real assault on humanity. It is an attempt to erase Ukraine's identity through the manipulation and torture of the most vulnerable. There are at least 210 facilities across Russia and Russia-occupied territories housing these abducted children. Russia has brazenly obstructed international efforts to rescue them, even to locate and document them. It withholds records, it cuts off communication, it deliberately undermines any effort to remit these children to their homes and families. Congress must act. Now is the time. And let me be clear, these are not just Ukrainian children. They are future scientists, artists, dancers, teachers, leaders. They are the heart of a free and prosperous Ukraine. The world cannot abandon them. We may talk here about tankers and territories, and we should seize those shadow fleet tankers, no question about it. But this tragedy is deliberate, systematic evil. It cannot go unanswered. We cannot turn a blind eye to this cruelty. We cannot evade the obligation to fight for every Ukrainian child stolen from a family in that great country. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor to my great colleague from New Hampshire, Senator Sheen.
Madam President. The gentlewoman from New Hampshire is recognized.
Madam President, I'm pleased to join my colleagues, Senator Blumenthal and Senator Graham, who are right to highlight Russia's conduct in Ukraine and the need to hold Vladimir Putin's murderous regime accountable. And I think our colleague from Kentucky couldn't be more wrong when he talks about this bill as continuing the war in Ukraine. The fact is, the only thing Vladimir Putin does understand is pressure. And the problem is we haven't put enough pressure on him in the United States and in Europe. And if appeasement is what was going to end this war, then we've already done that. President Trump rolled out the red carpet in Alaska when he met with Putin. That got us nowhere. The only thing Vladimir Putin understands is pressure. And we need to do everything possible to add to the pressure on Putin and Russia so that he'll come to the table, so that he will actually negotiate in good faith and end this war. Because as talks continue, we need to be clear about what's actually driving this war. And Senators Blumenthal and Graham talked about Putin's interest in totally eliminating Ukraine and absorbing the culture and absorbing the country into Russia. President Putin doesn't want peace on terms that respect Ukraine's sovereignty. Russia continues to strike civilian infrastructure, continues to kidnap thousands of abducted Ukrainian children. These are not the actions of a government that's negotiating in good faith. And second, as has been said, Russia's not sustaining this war alone. Moscow relies on China for materials and technology to keep its war machine running. It relies on North Korea for people to fight this war. And finally, Putin's strategy depends on exhausting Ukraine's ability to defend itself and rebuild. These are not abstract problems, and as Senator Graham was going through the litany of Russia's encroachment into Ukraine, what he missed was in 2008 when Russia went into Georgia and took 2 provinces in Georgia, South Ossetia and Abkhazia. They are now basically Russian mandates within the bounds of Georgia. So these are not abstract issues. They describe how Russia is fighting this war. And Congress has the authority and the tools to raise the cost of that strategy, to make it harder on Vladimir Putin. And that's why we're here on the floor today supporting the bill that would designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. because what this bill does is it addresses the character of Russia's conduct in this war. And as Senator Blumenthal said so eloquently, it speaks to the values that we have in the United States, that we've got to take on a country, a regime like Vladimir Putin's, that would steal children from another country. It reflects the use of terror as a tool of state policy. That includes that abduction of Ukrainians' children. What this bill would do is to further isolate the Putin regime. It would make clear that his conduct carries real consequences as far as we're concerned in the United States. But fortunately, this isn't the only bill that Congress can pass to put pressure on Putin. In addition to this bill, the Foreign Relations Committee has passed two other pieces of legislation that would do exactly that. One is the Stop Russia and China Act, which is a bill that goes directly at the supply chains that Putin relies on to rebuild forces and prolong the fighting. It would block Chinese entities from supplying materials and technology to Russia's war effort. And without that support, Russia's ability to keep escalating is sharply reduced. Now, the other is the Repo Act. This bill addresses the costs of Russia's aggression. It would authorize the use of frozen Russian sovereign assets to support Ukraine's defense and recovery. And it would ensure that Russia, not Ukraine or the United States taxpayers, would bear the responsibility for the destruction it's caused. Taken together, these bills give Congress a clear way to raise the cost of Putin's strategy. They target the supply chains, the money, and the conduct of the Russian state itself. They send a unified signal that escalation will be met with real costs. That is the message that Congress should be sending now, to up the ante on the cost of this war for Vladimir Putin and Russia. So we are not going to stop with this UC request today. We are going to keep going into January until we see a real commitment on the part of Russia to go to the negotiating table. With that, I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier today, Senator Cornyn came to the floor and asked for unanimous consent to pass the Enforce Act. I'm proud to have co-led that bill with him, and he's been an excellent partner in this work. I couldn't be here when he asked for and received unanimous consent, but I am enormously appreciative about the bill passing the United States Senate today. This bill is deeply important to protecting our children from child sexual abuse material, which is rampant on the internet. Every parent knows, every teacher is aware of the dangers of child sexual abuse material, of the toxic content that is driven by artificial intelligence and algorithms that people barely can pronounce, let alone understand. As technology advances, we know that the methods of abuse also change. Using modern AI, abusers can generate realistic child sexual abuse material every day using normal photographs of children, school pictures, local paper photos from soccer games, track meets, or scout troop fundraisers. The stuff of everyday life becomes weaponized by the CSAM abusers. With AI, every one of these images can be turned into pictures of horror and do hideous harm to children. On the modern internet, those abusive images are available forever. We know about forever chemicals polluting our environment, like PFAS. These forever images contaminate a person's life forever. The Enforce Act would ensure that people convicted of producing AI-generated child sexual abuse material would be subject to the same consequences and accountability as people convicted of producing other types of child sexual abuse material. The harm of AI-generated CSAM is immense, it is devastating, it is destructive of human lives, literally, and sometimes actually results in young people taking their own lives. I'm glad this important bill has moved through the Senate today. I hope our colleagues in the House of Representatives will stand with us and adopt the Enforce Act so we can take effective law enforcement action against these hideous abusers of children. There is no excuse for delay or inaction. The lives of our children are at stake. Thank you, Mr. President. And I
Mr. President. Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, over the past week, my home state of Washington has experienced catastrophic and record-breaking flooding due to an ongoing atmospheric and winter weather event. It has been devastating. And with more rain coming and further evacuations underway today, it remains dangerous. Earlier this morning, we saw the first reported death connected to the flooding, a tragic and sobering reminder of what is at stake. And as response and recovery efforts continue across my state, I want to take a moment to recognize the valiant effort of first responders and teams at all levels coming together to get life-saving information out to our communities so people can prepare and evacuate, and to go in and rescue people whenever and wherever needed. Last week, I led the Washington State delegation in requesting an expedited emergency declaration to get federal disaster response resources out to our state. I was glad to see that request quickly approved by FEMA. That's how it should always work. We should always come together in times of tragedy and focus on helping people. And that's exactly what I saw happening this weekend, past weekend, when I was on the ground in Washington State. I met with local officials, with business owners, with families. I saw up close and personal what our communities are facing and how they are responding. And I want to share a few things that were very clear to me this weekend. This flooding showed, plain as day, how the decisions we make here in D.C. really matter for families back home. 20 years ago, I fought for funding so the city of Mount Vernon could secure a flood wall. This week, that wall paid off big time, preventing major flooding from devastating downtown Mount Vernon. We also saw how the flood prevention infrastructure made a huge difference protecting communities all around my state. That is an important reminder I want all of my colleagues to remember as we work on these funding bills. Prevention matters. Preparedness matters. Having strong infrastructure and a quick response saves lives. That's why I champion these kinds of investments every year. Top-notch weather forecasting, resilient infrastructure, disaster preparedness and response, and more. Because the only thing we ever know about the next crisis is that we need to be ready before it strikes. Another thing I saw when I was visiting the front lines of the flooding this past weekend is how our local, state, tribal, and federal officials are all coming together to do incredible work. I really can't say enough how grateful I am to all the experts and heroes who've been putting in very long hours, solving hard problems, and even putting themselves at risk to save lives and protect our communities during these floods. From the meteorologists and experts who are monitoring, updating all of us on constantly changing conditions, local officials, firefighters, police departments, getting out important warnings and getting people out of harm's way, to the Coast Guard, who's doing search operations and flyovers to help evacuate people who are in danger, to the National Guard supporting rescue and response missions, staffing traffic control points, and filling sandbags to divert floodwater. And of course, neighbors, everyday people, stepping up and lending a hand wherever they can help. It truly is inspiring to see. Now, one of the most important things I saw this weekend when I'm hearing from folks about the flood damage is that we are not out of the woods yet in Washington State, not even close. Not when it comes to the immediate threat of these floods, since the rain is continuing right now this week. Just this morning, we saw a levee breach on the White River, and go now evacuations have been issued for the city of Pacific in South King County. Not when it comes to landslides, which remain a huge risk at this moment, and certainly not when it comes to recovery. Mitigating disaster, responding to disaster, that is crucial, and we've done a good job so far. But our work is not done until we have tackled recovery. And while we still don't know the full scope of this destruction, what we do know is that the damage that's already been done is massive. Entire neighborhoods, huge swaths of farmland have been flooded. Some roads have buckled, some are covered in debris, some were just simply swept away. Business owners are returning to flooded shops and ruined inventory. There are families coming home only to find their house is gone. We have downed trees, we have downed power lines, damaged wastewater facilities, and breached levees. And again, there will be more destructive flooding to come. The painful truth is we have a lot of broken pieces floating across Washington State right now. It will be a slow, hard process to put this all back together again and help people get their lives back on track. So here's my message to everyone here back in Washington State who's dealing with the tremendous aftermath of these devastating floods. I know you have a long road ahead, but I promise you will not walk that road alone. I'll be with you every step of the way. I'll be your voice here in Washington, D.C., and I will fight tooth and nail to make sure you get the support you need to build and to recover. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to wholeheartedly...
Senate is in a quorum call.
I would ask unanimous consent for the quorum call to be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to wholeheartedly endorse the nomination of Tom Albus to be the United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Missouri. He's part of the forthcoming nominations package that this body will be voting on later this week. His nomination in particular is special to me. You see, not only is Eastern Missouri, the Eastern District of Missouri, my lifelong home, but when I was Attorney General of Missouri, Tom was my first assistant, the chief deputy, when I first came into office. He's a proud alum of Georgetown, Mizzou Law, and St. Louis University High School. Tom is one of the finest prosecutors I've met in my whole life. For 17 years, Tom served as an assistant U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Missouri, where he won numerous special achievement awards and recognition for his outstanding service. Tom served as my first assistant attorney general of Missouri, and then as a circuit judge in Missouri's 21st Judicial Circuit, which is in St. Louis County. In his distinguished legal career, Tom has appeared in nearly 900 federal criminal prosecutions and civil matters. He's tried 15 cases to verdict and presided over dozens more as a judge. But Tom shines just as bright outside of the courtroom. He's as committed to St. Louis as anyone I've ever met. As a lifetime leader at the Missouri Athletic Club, in our local parish, the Mary Queen of Peace Catholic Church, with Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Eastern Missouri, and as the mock trial coach for St. Louis U High and now St. Joseph's Academy, Tom has a pure and genuine heart. That's what he cares about, service. Tom is sharp, serious, and a lifelong proponent of law and order. He's a career lawman. As interim U.S. Attorney, Tom's already delivering results, going after violent crime and its root causes with everything he's got. Just in the last few weeks, under his watch, he's indicted a former high school baseball coach on drug trafficking charges. He's sentenced child sex traffickers to serious, long prison terms. And he's taken down illegal immigrants tied to a nationwide organized retail crime ring. That's leadership. That's Tom Albus. He's trained for this job that we're set to vote on here his entire career. I have the utmost confidence in his abilities. He's going to do a fantastic job as the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Missouri, and I urge my colleagues to support his nomination. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
President.
The senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I'm going to be asking shortly for unanimous consent on 3 bills. The first one is my bipartisan Disaster Assistance Simplification Act, which basically makes common sense change to create a universal application for disaster survivors to more easily navigate the available federal assistance after they've been hit by a natural disaster. Currently, disaster survivors must complete separate and detailed applications, often with duplicative questions, which can take weeks and sometimes months to complete. Something folks who are suffering from a natural disaster simply don't have the time and certainly need immediate help. But these separate processes can be overwhelmingly to disaster survivors who are just trying to piece their lives back together, causing many to give up on seeking the help that they certainly are qualified for. My bill would simply ask federal agencies to design one combined application and work together to share information amongst themselves with the necessary data sharing protections in place to make the obstacles to overcoming from a disaster a bit less onerous for folks who are suffering. I urge my colleagues to join me in passing this bill, which was passed through the Senate unanimously in the last Congress. I believe we must make this simple change so that when disaster strikes, disaster survivors can more easily access the assistance that they certainly deserve. The second bill is my bipartisan U.S. Customs and Border Protection Officer Retirement Technical Corrections Act, which ensures that a number of DHS law enforcement officers will receive the retirement benefits that they were promised when starting their service almost 20 years ago. In 2008, CBP incorrectly informed a group of newly hired officers that they would be eligible for an enhanced retirement benefit without having to hit a certain requirement age or reach 20 years of service to qualify. CBP realized its mistake over a decade later, a full 10 years later, and in 2021, that group of officers abruptly lost access to a retirement package that they were promised when they were hired. This bill directs CBP, along with the Office of Personnel Management, to provide those affected officers the benefits that they were promised when they accepted those positions. None of us would stand for the government telling us after almost 20 years of service that we were not going to receive the benefits that we were promised when we began those positions. We shouldn't expect these law enforcement officers to do so either. This bill is a necessary fix, an agency error that upended the retirement plans of about 1,400 dedicated officers, including 70 officers who live in my state of Michigan. Last Congress, the Senate unanimously passed this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill once again. The final bill, the third bill, is my bipartisan common sense bill helping eliminate limitations for Prompt Response and Recovery Act, and it's going to repeal sections 695 of the Post-Katrina Emergency Management Reform Act of 2006, which limits the length of certain contracts in the aftermath of a disaster. This bill aligns with the Department of Homeland Security and with more recent government-wide rules. Matching DHS with government-wide requirements will alleviate confusion and streamline the response to and recovery from disasters. This is a straightforward, good governance step that will benefit disaster survivors, and therefore I urge my colleagues to join me in passing this bill, which the Senate previously passed by unanimous consent in the 118th Congress. So, Mr. President, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills in block: calendar number 252, S594, calendar number 253, S727, and calendar number 264, S861.
Is there an objection to proceeding to measures on block? Without objection, the Senate will proceed on block.
Mr. President, I further ask that the bills be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, all in block.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, notwithstanding passage of calendar number 252 and 253, I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendments be agreed to, the bills as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon, the table, all in block.
Without objection. The minority whip.
Mr. President, this December marks the 7th anniversary of the passage of the First Step Act, the most significant reform to our criminal justice system in a generation. That victory was born out of years of bipartisan negotiation, led by myself and my colleagues, Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey, Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa, and Senator Mike Lee of Utah. Democrats and Republicans working together. The end result was and continues to be life-changing for the people who were impacted. The First Step Act delivered needed reforms to our outdated sentencing laws and provided real opportunities for incarcerated Americans to safely re-enter their communities. Those reforms have reduced populations in overcrowded prisons, reunited families, and revitalized communities these men and women re-enter as productive neighbors. And the evidence backs it up. Just look at the numbers. Of the more than 40,000 people released under the law through January 2024, just under 10% have been rearrested. 40,000, under 10%. Compare that to the Bureau of Prisons' overall recidivism rate, which is 45%. The difference between 10% and 45% is striking, and it shows what we can achieve when we're smart on crime and follow the data. I want to take a moment to highlight the story of one woman from Alton, Illinois. So often in my congressional career, things that have inspired me come from stories of people and real lives. This is one of them. Her name was Eugenia Jennings. As a teenager, she sadly experienced the injustice of our antiquated sentencing laws firsthand. She was terribly abused as a child, and by age 15, Eugenia Jennings was addicted to crack cocaine. At age 23, as a mother of 3, Eugenia was sentenced to over 20 years in federal prison for selling less than 14 grams of a drug. In prison, she turned out to be a model for others. She took all the courses available to her, overcame her addiction, and talked to students about the dangers of drug addiction. Sadly, while she was incarcerated, she developed leukemia. I asked President Barack Obama, my former colleague in the Senate, to commute Eugenia's sentence, and he did just that. It was the first commutation he issued. Eugenia was released just in time to see her oldest daughter graduate from high school. I cannot tell you the joy in her voice when she told me that. She passed away 2 years later, but her story has lived on and served as a driving force behind my efforts to reform our federal drug sentencing law. Eugenia's story led me to meet more individuals whose lives were forever altered by unfair sentencing laws, including Matthew Charles. Matthew also had a difficult childhood, enduring both physical and verbal abuse. He joined the Army at age 18, but found himself still filled with anger and hurt, eventually turning to what he called wayward living and selling drugs. He received a state conviction and then a federal conviction, and because he had a prior conviction when he ended up in federal court, and because he had been selling crack rather than powdered cocaine, Matthew received a sentence of 35 years. 35 years. While in prison, he worked as a GED tutor and law library clerk, in addition to mentoring young people. He helped other incarcerated individuals who could not read to understand their letters and court documents, and he drafted filings for them. In 21 years in prison, Matthew did not receive a single disciplinary infraction. After Matthew's conviction and sentence, Congress passed a law I wrote called the Fair Sentencing Act,
which reduced the disparity in sentencing between crack and powder cocaine offenses. But the law was not retroactive. When Eugenia and Matthew were sentenced, the hands of the sentencing judges were tied because Congress severely limited a judge's discretion to impose an individualized sentence and instead mandated overly harsh one-size-fits-all penalties. The First Step Act took one giant step toward correcting that unfair system. Among other reforms, it made the Fair Sentencing Act retroactive. Matthew Charles was one of the first people released from prison after the First Step Act became law. But as the name of the First Step Act suggests, it's just that one first step. There's more to be done. To make our system fairer and our communities safer, we need to continue to reform our sentencing laws in a smart way. That's why Senator Grassley and I reintroduced a package of bipartisan bills to expand on the progress of the First Step Act. One of those bills, the First Step Implementation Act, legislates, among other things, that retroactively apply the First Step Act sentencing reforms to sentence imposed before the law's passage. This would impact people like Matthew Charles, who were sentenced before Congress reformed. People like Eugenia and Matthew deserve a second chance. The First Step Implementation Act would make redemption for more individuals like them possible. The First Step Act's passage was a glimmer of bipartisanship in a political arena. It was signed into law by President Trump in his first term. Its success shows what we can accomplish on behalf of the American people when we put aside our political differences and come to the table with reasonable approaches. We need evidence-based solutions to reduce crime and make our communities safer. So as we celebrate the 7th anniversary, I'll continue to work with my colleagues to reform outdated sentencing laws. Let's rekindle the spirit of bipartisanship and get something done in the Senate. I call on my colleagues to support the Grassley-Durbin legislation, First Step Implementation Act. Together we can reduce crime, improve our justice system, and make America's communities safer. I yield the floor.
Senator from New Jersey.
Before my colleague leaves the floor, I just want to commend him, his leadership, and that of some of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, like Lindsey Graham and Mike Lee, was extraordinary in getting this done. When I got to the Senate about 12 years ago, one of the best experiences I've had as a senator is to have this senior senator who in many ways to me was a legend, put me under his wing and say, join me in this effort, in this fight. It gave me one of the best, most gratifying legislative experiences I've had as United States Senator. And on this, the 7th anniversary, I just want to herald the leadership of Dick Durbin for never giving up, for his indomitable will, for his invincible spirit in getting this major piece of legislation done. And I'm grateful to be able to stand here today, 7 years later, and thank him for that kind of leadership, as well as my colleagues in the Republican Party who stood strong, who stood with us, and helped us get us over this line. This is the kind of thing, a real example of setting political differences aside and doing what's right. There were people in the White House, not just President Trump, but many of his team members who enabled us to work together to get something done. It showed what we can do when we let evidence, facts, fairness, compassion be the guide to getting legislation done. This is not only a reflection of what we have done, to me, it should inspire us to what we can do. 7 years, this landmark legislation represented a crowning achievement in this body. And so first, I want to remind everybody that in the years leading up to this, our prison population in America ballooned by 800%. America became the incarceration capital of the planet Earth, with 5% of the world's population, but 25% of the world's prison population. Even today, close to 1 out of every 3 adult Americans has a criminal record. That is stunning. It should stun everybody here. But we know we were able to make some changes, not by accident, but this system, this corrupt system, is the result of decades of failed federal policies that we challenged, that we showed didn't work. My friend Bryan Stevenson put it perfectly. He said, you get treated better in this country if you're rich and guilty than if you're poor and innocent. And that's why so many of us work together to get something done. As of January 31st, 2024, over 17,000 individuals were released from residential reentry centers, home confinement, and secure facilities because they participated in the programming to help them reenter society and earn credits. And the great thing about it is their recidivism rate is so much lower than it would have been for comparable populations that maxed out their time. We actually, through the programs we put in place, made people safer, lowered recidivism rates, created safer communities, stronger, more intact families through this program. Over 400,000 people now have completed programs that were put together in our legislation. In FY23, over 4,000 people completed occupational training. Over 8,000 earned industry-recognized credentials. So much good has come from this, but as Senator Durbin said, our work is not done. We know that the Bureau of Prisons has a staffing crisis that jeopardizes the safety of correctional officers and those in custody and undermines the programs we have put in place, which are not being fully implemented. When we named the law, we also were very deliberate. We called it the First Step Act because we knew there was so much more work that we could be doing in a bipartisan way to empower our criminal justice system to be about justice and fairness and public safety, not just the routine warehousing of human beings and human potential at great cost to taxpayers. Perhaps one of the great public safety things we can do is to continue this work. We must not succumb to the dangerous rhetoric that spreads fear for political gain and does not look at the common sense, evidence-based ways to lower crime, lower prison rates, empower communities, reunite families. We must not brand every person who commits an offense as someone who is irredeemable. Indeed, the very nature of our country is this ideal of redemption. I am so grateful to have participated in the First Step Act. I see my friend Mike Lee, who just came in, who was another one of those champions who I mentioned earlier by name, but I want to say now that he's on the floor, I want to thank him for his courage, for his telling the stories of people like Weldon Angelos over and over again until the consciousness of the country was raised to the point where we can get this legislation done. Again, one of the best experiences I've had as a legislator. I want to thank him, Senator Durbin, Chuck Grassley, as well as my friend Lindsey Graham, and many of our colleagues on this side of the aisle. I know the hour is late, and a lot of my friends are waiting here, but I'm hoping that in the spirit of this anniversary, we can commit ourselves to redoubling our efforts and doing more good work in this spirit. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, we're here on the floor, a number of senators, both sides of the aisle, to try to move some important legislation for all of us, our different states, different constituencies. I've spoken a lot on this bill. My bill, the Alaska Native Vietnam Veterans Allotment Act, and so I'm going to keep this very quick, Mr. President. I'll talk about this more, hopefully, once we get to a positive resolution. I do want to just thank my colleagues. A lot of people working hard on this. I want to thank my legislative director, Eric Elam. I want to thank Senators King, Padilla, Bennett, Hoeven, Senator Chairman Lee. Lot of hard work, a lot of cooperation, both sides of the aisle.
I appreciate very much the cooperation. I think we'll get to a good outcome here, and then we'll make more commitments to help each other. That's what this body's long been about, and all the senators on the floor I have the deepest respect for. As I'll say later, Mr. President, I've said on the floor many times, this is a issue some great constituents of mine, what I refer to as special patriotism, Alaska Native Vietnam vets. Alaska Native people serve at higher rates in the military than any other ethnic group in the country, and this is going to be a good outcome, I hope, that addresses some of their challenges I'll talk in more detail about. So, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills en bloc: H.R. 131, H.R. 187, H.R. 410, and H.R. 1043.
Is there a measure to proceeding to the measures en bloc?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Maine.
Reserving the right to object, I just want to raise a few concerns before we pass these 4 House bills. We have developed a new process in this Congress where instead of passing a large public lands package, we're moving packages of smaller bills simultaneously. But for this new process to work, not only does the Senate need to pass House bills, but the House should be passing Senate bills. This Congress, the Senate, has passed so far 5 House bills under the jurisdiction of our Energy and Natural Resources Committee by unanimous consent. All of them have been signed into law. During the same period, 4 bills from our committee, from our Energy and Natural Resources Committee, have passed the Senate by unanimous consent, but are being held at the desk in the House and have neither been referred to committee nor taken up for a vote. And these are bipartisan bills. One is sponsored by Senator Cornyn, one by Senator Langford, one by myself, and one by Senator Hickenlooper. So the picture is we're passing the House bills, but they're not reciprocating and passing the bills that have been, that we have sent them from this chamber. It's not sustainable for us to continue to do our side of the bargain and not have a response from the House when they refuse to even take up the bills. So the Senate has given the House the courtesy of taking up their bills, passing them in a previous group, as I mentioned, and now this group of House bills that we're going to be passing this afternoon. All I'm asking is that the House extend to this body the same courtesy that we have extended to them. So this is about mutual respect and comity, and in the spirit of comity, I look forward to working with Chairman Lee, Chairman Westerman, and we can resolve these concerns in the new year. So, noting my reservations, I do not object.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from California.
Reserving the right to object. As Senator from Alaska, Senator from Utah, others know, I've been down here many times as we try to work through a better way of ensuring that we have a fair and bipartisan and bicameral approach to passing these public lands bills. Senator from Maine just articulated one of the concerns about the Senate passing House bills or the House passing the Senate bills. Let me be a little bit more blunt and direct, because I don't think we're quite there yet. But I do think we're seeing the beginning of a more equitable process developing. I was encouraged to see that just earlier today, a Senate Republican bill and a Senate Democratic bill were packaged together as a single bill and sent over to the House. I think this approach is critical to ensuring that neither the House of Representatives nor the White House can discriminate against our democratic priorities. And so I hope that we're now going to see action on the House side on that bill and other Senate Democratic bills like that of my colleague from Maine that we have sent over. Therefore, as a gesture of good faith, I will not object to the passage of these 4 bills today, but I want to be very clear. I want to be clear with my colleagues in this body and our colleagues in the House of Representatives that I will not consent to any additional House Republican public lands bills passing the Senate until the House passes and the White House signs into law these Senate Democratic bills. Good faith must go both ways. And I think it's critical that all interested senators have an opportunity to sit down when we return in January with the leadership of both the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee and the House Natural Resources Committee to finally hammer out what that fair, bipartisan, and bicameral approach to passing public lands bills will be. Now, I also acknowledge, and this may be a little bit of insight for folks watching from home, this year we have welcomed a new chair in the Senate of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, along with a new ranking member. On the House side, the House Natural Resources Committee, which, Mr. President, you're very familiar with, the chairman there is not new, but as I understand it, given the rules of the Republican conference in the House, is in his last session as chair, and there will soon be a new chair in the years ahead. There's a new ranking member of that committee in the House as well. So as there's been this transition of leadership in both chambers in these 2 very important committees, I think it's even more timely to bring the leadership together with interested senators to hammer out what that understanding will be to establish, as I said, a fair, bipartisan, and bicameral approach to the consideration and approval of public lands bills. And in that effort, I would appeal to our colleague from Alaska to help facilitate such a convening and the development of such an understanding and plan for going forward. And so with my concerns being articulated in my request and suggested path forward being on the record now, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Is there an objection? Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from North Dakota.
Reserving the right to object. I do have a hold on one of the bills in this package. It's not the bill that Senator Sullivan's talking about. It's one of the other bills. But I do have a hold on one of the bills. And it's because there are holds on the Democratic side on one of my priorities in the jurisdiction of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, and that is Senate Bill 675, which is the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library Museum Act. This bill passed the Senate by unanimous consent last year. I'll try that one more time. The bill I'm talking about passed the Senate by unanimous consent last year. Now I have holds on it. It's the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, and it's scheduled to open on July 4th, 2026, in concert with the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. The library will honor our nation's 26th president and ensure that future generations of Americans can access the rich history and enduring impact of President Roosevelt. As President Roosevelt proudly claimed, he would not have ascended to the presidency had it not been for his formative years in my state, North Dakota. President Roosevelt first traveled to the Dakota Territory in 1883 to hunt bison and returned in 1884 while mourning the passing of both his wife and his mother. President Roosevelt called the Dakota Territory home for 3 years while enjoying the vast beauty that the Badlands have to offer. Fittingly, the Roosevelt Library will be located adjacent to the Theodore Roosevelt National Park. My legislation would authorize funding for the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library for continued construction and the preservation of President Roosevelt's history and his legacy. This funding would be contingent on matching funds from non-federal sources. The measure also authorizes interagency agreements to allow for the exhibition of collections associated with Theodore Roosevelt that are currently in custody of the federal government. As I said, there are unfortunately Democrat holds on this non-controversial bipartisan bipartisan legislation. My understanding is that these holds are unrelated to the legislation itself. And while I do have a hold on one of the bills in the package, I will acknowledge now that Senator Bennett has been working with me to help clear the holds on my Roosevelt Library bill. And I want to express my appreciation for his help, and I look forward to continuing to work with him. And so therefore, at his request, in the spirit of good faith, I will not object at this time.
The Senator from Alaska.
I ask unanimous consent that the bills en bloc be considered read a third time.
Will the Senator withhold?
Is there objection to the request to considering the measures en bloc?
Is there an objection to considering the measures en bloc? Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bills en bloc be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bills en bloc.
Thank you, John.
If there's no further debate, the question's on the passage of bills en bloc. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. The bills are passed en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank Senator Sullivan from Alaska for helping get us all to the floor here today. I'd like to thank Chairman Lee for his leadership getting us here, Ranking Member Heinrich, Senators King and Hoeven and Padilla. Thank you to Senator Hoeven for his kind words. We are working together to try to make progress, and I want to thank my team for working well with his on this as well. I'm not going to go on for a long time today, Mr. President, but I do want to talk about finish the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act, which just passed the floor of the Senate, for the bipartisan effort to get this bill done and get it to the President's desk. Mr. President, over 6 decades ago, President John Kennedy came to Pueblo, Colorado, and famously promised to build the Arkansas Valley Conduit. It is the last component of the Frying Pan Arkansas project, a federal water diversion and storage project that Congress approved in 1962. Once completed, the Arkansas Valley Conduit will deliver clean water to over 50,000 people in 39 rural communities across southeastern Colorado. And that's why for over a decade, across Republican and Democratic administrations, I've worked to secure over $500 million to ensure the federal government keeps its word and that we finish the conduit. Unfortunately, due to recent increases in pipe and labor costs, the total cost of the conduit has nearly doubled. And this has created a huge challenge for local communities, many of whom currently rely on contaminated groundwater for their water supply. Our bill, based on the great work of the Southeastern Colorado Water Conservancy District, takes this affordability crisis head-on, cutting local costs by lowering the interest rate and providing more flexible repayment terms. This is a common-sense solution to ensure that Southeast Colorado can afford safe and reliable drinking water. And this legislation, Mr. President, costs the American taxpayer nothing, but it would pay dividends for 50,000 people in southeastern Colorado, and it would fulfill a many decades old promise on which they have relied. I am glad the House and Senate have acted unanimously to pass this legislation, and I look forward to the President now signing this bill into law. And I want to say again to my colleague from Maine how much I appreciate his willingness to be able to, in the spirit of bipartisan compromise, withdraw his objection to this package as well, and I look forward to working with him to pass the bills that he has said are so critical, not just to Maine, but to this nation. And thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
The better-looking senator from Utah.
Mr. President, I want to thank my friend and colleague, the senior senator from Colorado, for his outstanding work on this, for working with me and my team. I'm glad that we were able to make this a success. It is my hope and my intent that this will not be the end, but the beginning of a much bigger pattern of success. It's a good example of the kind of legislation we have to pass every time we get the chance, where we've got bills that are uncontroversial and we can get them passed. Sometimes these bills are held up not in spite of the fact that they're non-controversial, but because they're controversial, wanting to hold them, couple them with other legislation that may be less popular. We've heard some observations today, some concerns expressed about the ability, once we pass legislation over here, to get it passed over on the House side. There are a couple of things that I think we ought to take note of that should give us hope on this. In the first place, the way legislation like this works on the House side, they don't have the 60-vote cloture standard that we have on the Senate, but with these lands bills, they tend to pass them under a procedure known in the House as suspension of the rules. Under suspension of the rules, it requires them to be passed with 290 votes instead of 218. And because of the way that works, it ends up yielding a similar outcome to how it works over here. They tend to be able to enhance their ability to pass those under the suspension calendar if they bring them to the floor while paired with other bills. Not surgically stitched together so it's the same legislation, but they bring them forward for procedural consideration on the House of the floor, resulting in an approximate number of non-controversial Republican and Democratic bills passing, regardless of who happens to be in the majority of the time. My friend and colleague, the distinguished senator from California, mentioned a moment ago concerns about that process over on the House. But I'll remind him, at the end of the last Congress, he and I had several bills that were brought together and passed through the procedure that I'm describing on the floor, and that were passed into law by the House of Representatives after that. And although under certain circumstances, two separate bill sponsors of two separate bills may choose to merge, to surgically stitch their bill into one bill, there are downsides to that too, and it certainly ought not be the without which not of passing legislation in the Senate. They ought to be able to stand on their own. I, for one, am happy, particularly within the range of this type of bill that we've dealt with here, bills that have passed the Senate in the past and that do not have significant opposition over here. Happy to work with my counterparts in the House to make sure that those move forward. There are sometimes reasons why something doesn't move as quickly over there as it might over here, and there is many different reasons for that as there are types of legislation. In any event, I want to thank all the people participating today, in particular Senator Bennett and for Senator Sullivan for their tenacity in moving these bills forward. Finally, Mr. President, let me just remark briefly on another topic that's come up within the last few minutes, where we're celebrating anniversaries related to the First Step Act. This is something that I worked on for nearly a decade before it became law. It was an honor and a privilege to do that. I appreciated the remarks made earlier by Senator Booker from New Jersey. Still remember the exact moment Senator Booker first stepped floor in the Senate, right after he came to the Senate in October of 2012, I believe it was. He introduced himself to me, and in the same sentence said, "I'm really interested in your criminal justice reform effort, and I want to be part of it." So it was a great privilege to work with him, with Senator Durbin, Senator Grassley, and all the others who made that effort possible. It's been a good development for the United States of America. We've been more effective in combating crime by being smart in the way we punish crime. When we unduly take away discretion from judges to allow them to be judges, sometimes it can present odd outcomes, as it certainly did in the case of Weldon Angelos, the young man who in his mid-20s sold 3 dime bag quantities of marijuana over a 72-hour period to what turned out to be a confidential informant. That firearm that he had on his possession at the time, because of the way minimum mandatory laws were being interpreted and applied in the courts at the time, Mr. Angelos was subjected to a minimum mandatory sentence that would put him in there for the rest, in prison for the rest of his natural life, to a 55-year minimum mandatory sentence because he had a gun on his person at the time, even though the gun was neither brandished nor discharged in connection with the offense. Under the so-called three strikes laws at the time, he was the federal district judge, Paul Cassell at Salt Lake City, who sentenced him, said there are hijackers, there are murderers, rapists, all kinds of people who do horrible things who don't get anywhere near this much time in prison. But I, as a federal judge, have no discretion here, no choice but to send him to prison for 55 years based on 3 dime bag quantities. Each of the 2 first offenses, even though they were all charged in the same document and occurred over the same 72-hour period, they counted as prior convictions for purposes of the 3 strikes law. And that's one of the many issues that we set out to address in the First Step Act. The country is better off for it. Back to the lands package, I again want to thank Senator Sullivan for his tenacity in this, for his patience, his willingness to stick with the effort. The people of Alaska are fortunate to have him serving that great state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chairman, or Mr. President.
Senator from Alaska.
I want to thank the chairman, Chairman Lee, for his comments, and I want to thank Senator Bennett for his hard work, and I really want to thank Senator King. You know, I've worked well with Senator King of Maine for many years. He and I are good friends, good colleagues. We work together on a lot of issues. Actually, all the senators down here, Senator Bennett, Senator Padilla, who was here a little bit ago. So I certainly give my word to Senator King on working with House members. As a matter of fact, I think he knows it. My team and I have already been doing that with the chairman, the Natural Resources Committee over there, with our Alaska congressman. We've been pressing them already on the issues that Senator King has raised, and he has my word and continued commitment to work with him on these other bills that we, I think it's important to continue to move forward on. What we just did, Mr. President, as you know, but I think for people watching, particularly back home, our Alaska Native Vietnam vets, we just passed 4 bills, Senate bills that were actually House bills that were pushed by 4 different senators, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, and I think that's a good example of cooperation moving forward on these issues that matter to all of us, and they matter to all of our constituents. Now, Mr. President, I want to talk again. I've probably given 10, 12, 15 speeches on the Senate floor about my bill, the Alaska Native Vietnam Veterans Land Allotment Act. And I already mentioned this idea of special patriotism. Alaska Natives, almost 20% of the population of my state, serve at higher rates in the military than any other ethnic group in the country. This is a great picture of a good friend of mine, George Bennett, served in the Army from 1966 to 68, served in Vietnam, 1967, 68, tough time to be in Vietnam, by the way. From Southeast, where we have a lot of our Vietnam vets. But let me talk about the importance of this program and this bill. And by the way, Mr. President, just so there's no confusion, these 4 pieces of legislation are going to the White House to be signed. It's really exciting, particularly on this bill. It's a simple bill. It's essentially changing a program. It's a 1-sentence bill from 5 years to 10 years. And so let me step back, Mr. President, and speak a little bit about this bill, because I'm so pleased, and it's such a great honor to represent great Americans like George Bennett and others. But here's the background. As I mentioned, Mr. President, Alaska Natives, whether it's World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Korea, The Gulf War, they just serve in the military. It's part of their heritage, it's part of their culture. It's an incredible part of who they are. It's remarkable, like I said. I refer to it as special patriotism, and this special patriotism was on full display during the Vietnam War, in the Vietnam era, when so many Alaska Natives answered the call. And here's what happened. A lot of them, like George, he got drafted. They didn't complain. They said, hey, my dad served in World War II. My uncle served in Korea. It's my turn to go. And they did. And they went overseas. But here's what happened, Mr. President. It's a little complicated. They came home during this time, and it's not just for Vietnam vets. If you deployed to Korea or Germany during this time, we had a program in the law dating back to 1906 that gave Alaska Native people the right to apply for what was called a Native allotment. Very, very important program for these people. It said, hey, if you could show that this part of Alaska, you hunted, fished, your family raised you in this part of the great state of Alaska, you have a right to a 160-acre allotment. Now look, you can't do that in a lot of states, but Alaska is so big, so vast, that these native allotments were a really important part of the federal government's taking care of, but helping Alaska Native people. So that was going on for years, very non-controversial. When they were overseas, in 1971, Congress passed one of the most important pieces of legislation, the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, and it was a great piece of legislation. I won't go into it. I've talked about it on the floor many times, but what that legislation did, it extinguished the ability for Alaska Natives to get their allotment. Extinguish it. Well, think about it, Mr. President. If you're in Vietnam or Germany or Korea, serving your country, let's face it, you know, especially during the Vietnam era when a lot of people were avoiding service, you didn't have the internet, you didn't have iPhones, they didn't know. Nobody knew that their right to an allotment was extinguished. So they came home, and let's face it, they weren't treated well. A lot of Vietnam vets were not treated well. It's still a stain on the honor of our great nation. There were Alaska Natives, still a lot of discrimination against Alaska Natives, so that wasn't good. And then they're told, oh, by the way, that allotment that you wanted, sorry, when you were serving your country, fighting in Vietnam, the deadline passed. Triple whammy, in my view, of injustice. So we worked on that. We worked on that in a bipartisan way and got my Alaska Native Vietnam Veterans Land Allotment Act that simply said, hey, if you were serving overseas and you missed the deadline to apply for your allotment, you can still do it. That's just fair. I was in the Oval Office when President Trump, during the first term, signed this legislation as part of a bigger land package. And I remember him saying, hey, to the injustice that happened to the Alaska Native Vietnam vets, we've ended that with this bill. It was great. We were so excited. The law created a 5-year window by which to have Alaska Native Vietnam vets, and there's still several thousand, to apply for their allotment. So it was all great. Exciting. Now, again, a lot of them are getting a little old in age, so we wanted to hurry up. Let's make sure you apply for your allotment. Well, then we had another speed bump in this long saga. The incoming Secretary of Interior, Secretary Holland, in 2 different meetings with me, Mr. President, 2, committed to me that she would expedite the application process in granting these allotments to these Vietnam vets under the new law. Twice, she committed to me on that before her confirmation vote. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, I told her, this is more important than anything else you can commit to me on. Congresswoman Holland, she was a congresswoman then, more important than oil and gas in Alaska, more important than our resource economy, this issue. Please commit to me, to work with me, expedite it. Let's get these American heroes their allotments before a lot of them start passing away. Well, Mr. President, well, that didn't happen. About 2 months into her tenure, she put a 2-year freeze on getting any of these allotments out to anybody. I mean, a blatant, I'm still mad about it, a disregard for her commitment she made to me twice. Biggest thing I asked her. By the way, I voted for her, big mistake. 2 years, freeze. None of these guys could get their allotment. And remember, it's a 5-year program. We only have so much time, and it's complicated to prove that this is where you grew up and hunted and fished. So, Mr. President, in the 4-year tenure that you had with Secretary Haaland, only 40 of these were issued. That's just shameful. So, what this bill does, all it says is we're going to keep the status quo. We're going to extend the program from 5 years to 10. So we can go back to the business that the Trump administration and Secretary Burgum are doing of getting these veterans their allotments. So that's the bill, Mr. President. That's what it does. It's a one-sentence bill saying this really important program is going to go from 5 years, which, by the way, it was going to expire at the end of this year. It was going to expire in 2 weeks. It's going to go from 5 years to 10 years. So we're going to have time. And I hope heroes like this guy are going to work with us, work with the Department of Interior to get their allotment. So this is kind of a Christmas gift, Mr. President, for these great American heroes. I put on my Christmas tie today thinking, hey, maybe we can work this out. It's a Christmas gift for these great American heroes. Even if you don't live in Alaska, you gotta love this story. These are great heroes. And they served at higher rates in Vietnam. You go into Alaska Native Village, how many veterans do we have? Almost every male in the village raises their hand. It brings a tear to your eye. It brings a tear to my eye. So anyways, I want to thank Senator King. I want to thank Senator Bennett. I want to thank Senator Padilla. Certainly Senator Lee, Senator Hoeven, and again, my staff. Eric Elam is the best LD in the entire United States Senate. He's relentless. He's creative. And bringing everybody down here today wasn't easy, but we got this done at the buzzer. It's going to be signed into law. It's going to go over to the White House. The president's going to sign this, and then we're going to get to work. We're going to get to work and get these heroes the land allotments that they deserved. The only reason they don't have them right now is they were serving their country in a war. I mean, I think it's a really important day, really good day. And again, I commit to work with all my Senate colleagues on the other commitments. Senator King, Senator Padilla, thank you again, and I yield the floor.